Alrighty then. Live mode on. Okay, our van is still outside waiting for our shuttle to return. That's nice. Hopefully we'll be able to nail the re-entry and get it on the runway. We've gotten 2 in a row. We're getting better at it, so let's see where we stand upstairs. Alright, so here we are at the ISS, all prepped and ready to do the install. First off, we need to do a bit of the uninstall. We gotta go in here with a Kerbal and unattach these struts. And then we should be able to just go ahead and hit our install cowl, and it will bring it all into place. Hopefully without issue. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna get an EVA now. Let's see, who do we got? Pumpkin Seed's actually already in the airlock, so we'll send her on out to do the uninstall. Spacesuit on? Nice. Is it my download that's suffering, or what's going on here? Our preview has lapped on top of itself. Okay. Things look okay. Must have just been my download. Ready out. So, we need to remove some of these struts, and also it'd be, you know what, I don't even know that we have hardly any of these containers to put this trash in. Like, we need to start getting Soyuz rotations going on. Yeah, this one's gonna have stuff in it for sure. Yep. That one might be free. That one's okay, cool. Got 1. And I do believe we have 2 containers worth of trash. So, tell me this one is free too? Nope. We're running out of space! Now I don't know what the hell we're gonna do. We're gonna have to move some trash. And yeah, we need to launch more Soyuz. Burn up this garbage. So here's what I guess we'll do. Since we know the truss is, I mean, we can just basically stuff this garbage into the truss. For the time being. We'll put it in the, we'll put it in the center of the truss. That way it's close to these things that when we do have the opportunity to get rid of some trash, it'll be easier to move. Actually, you know, it just dawned on me, but since it's inside these, it'll be, we won't need to EVA in order to move it, actually. We'll be able to just move it straight into a Soyuz to get burned up. That's a perfect option. Alright, we got 1 more run. And then the payload should be free. And one more. One more, and the only thing that'll be holding it in is the connection point. Alright. There it is. That's first part of the mission is complete. Go ahead and bring our Kerbal back on board. Okay, now here's where things started to get really weird. We've had this auto strut issue for some time now that even irregardless of whether or not the payload is auto strut into the back or not in any way, shape, or form, it's still, there's auto struts that slice through it and hold it into place. So right here we're going to try and undock, and it's not going to go anywhere because it thinks it's auto strut. Well, it is auto strut to something, but I don't know how. So yeah. Here's the other thing that's really concerning specifically about this task right here was that not only are we getting auto strut through the payload, which that should not have happened because there's absolutely nothing in there that's auto strut, and it can't possibly be the heaviest part on the entire station. The other part is the arm here. We try and move the Canada arm, and it should have moved. So this is a new development in the tracking down of the auto strut issue, because somehow this thing got locked. The Canada arm got locked, or like I'm guessing it's the strut issue was had to have been involved in that. Yeah, there was absolutely no reason that the arm shouldn't at least have torqued to a 90-degree position. There's nothing really stopping it from doing that. And that would have been the default position for the cowl to go to when we... So right here, we're playing the cowl. So immediately, as soon as we started playing that cowl, the Canada arm should have kind of voop over into a 90-degree position, regardless of whether or not this is actually auto strut or not. So this is another kind of, how did that happen? What happened there? I expect auto strut had to have been involved. But after we let go of the payload, effectively everything clicked back on for us. We were able to stow the Canada arm. We were able to do everything that we needed to do or wanted to do with the Canada arm. We may have another problem here. And just luckily for us, the payload didn't kraken or do anything bad. It just kind of let us take it right on out. That worked well. So yeah, we're examining the auto struts here, trying to find out why the hell the thing wouldn't let go of it. You can see that cross right there, right in the center. That's gotta be what's responsible. And then we went through and found there's another cross that we went through and got rid of. There's those things going to the root. Going to the root. Cut through it in an X fashion. What? Why would it? How would it do
that. Is there any way we can get around this? Say, like, if we just... Okay, we tried tracking down the strut where we're unable to do that. What if we just looked at this in a different way? If we set up the auto struts... I mean, like, that's actually a heap load of work to correct all of the strutting. But let's say, for the sake of argument, in order to avoid this, if we were to have strutted... If we were to have strutted things through the route and try and made a path with our auto struts, specifically with each part in reference to the truss, then we might have been able to get an auto strut set up on the shuttle that would keep it from crakening when we attach. Yet the only thing that would really be strut into position would be like the heaviest part, which you can see clearly the heaviest part going on here is the shuttle. That's not true. That should not... Well, it's actually... That is true, because it's got all the... What if... What if there was a part on the station that we intentionally made like really heavy, that way that instead of the station parts strutting to the shuttle when it connects, the shuttle would go the opposite way.
Should be clean, but I am just not witnessing it at all when it comes to dealing with the cow. The last thing that we could do to be absolutely certain is grab this thing right here and really go with it. Expect us that it's not actually gassy. We're just building up force. And it's in there, man. Absolutely right. Absolutely right about that. So, the only option that we really have at this point, I fear a kraken is going to happen when we do it. If we undock the arm from the payload itself, it could kraken inside and explode. It could just gently kind of jostle it around and everything could be fine. Then we could go ahead and use the autonomous controls to go ahead and do the docking.
Am I getting my mic? Is this coming through? Check, check. Yeah, okay. OBS is, my monitors have crashed for some reason, as they often do. Wish they'd fix that. Anyhow. Okay, so the other thing we do need to be mindful here is after we did this install, we might not be able to dock to PMA 3 where we are here in this same way, because our tail might be in the way, or the PMA 3 might be in the way of our tail, rather. So, just bear that in mind going forward. Otherwise, I think we've seen everything that we really need to see right at this point of the mission. And just going forward, we only got something like 16 more shuttle missions to do. So, and this is a doozy of a problem. We've been chasing this one for a long time. Yeah, see how it snaps? See the arm? It torqued back up into this 90-degree position as soon as we let go of that. That's how it should have done regardless of anything. So there was a strut that... What the hell is going on here? We know how to make it work, but like, what is the system thinking? What are the physics actually trying to do? The Canada arm isn't anything near heavy. It's not strut in any way, shape, or form. So bizarre.
We also have another little issue here that I didn't really plan for either. This tail.
So I'm thinking, going forward, because we can't even at this point rely on the Canada arm to even get the payload out of the bay, unless we're pulling it out of the bay before we go into docking, which you don't want to do unless there's like absolutely no other reason or no other way. So I think the next like 16 missions, just to make it simple, we're going to kind of omit the Canadarm procedures, because it, we go through all the trouble of programming the damn thing, and then it, fails because of some goofy auto strut confusion. So we just save ourselves the time and just get around it. It's something we'll put in a pin in for the next generation of International Space Station, when the time comes that we do go ahead and redo the whole thing from scratch. Yeah, like a Generation 3 International Space Station, which will be fun to do. Maybe Kerbal Space Program 2 will come out, and we'll get to do that. But yeah, what I was thinking, if we had one part on the station that was Omega heavy, was specifically, oh hell, we could even, we might still be able to pull that off. Say if we brought one of the next modules up, I would of course like it to be the truss segment. If the truss segment was the heaviest part, we wouldn't be able to split it either. And it chooses one specific part, and not just... What's going through my mind is if we take a ore tank, like a really big ore tank, fill that sucker full of ore, launch it up as... and it could be the static heaviest part no matter what. And if that part was right where Z1 was, the Z1 truss, let's say inside of the truss, just kind of hidden in there, then I don't think any of the auto strut problem that we've been having would be an issue, because instead of the tank on the shuttle being the heaviest part, then it would this would be calculated as the heaviest part, say that like an ore tank stuffed inside the Z1 truss, and then everything would strut to that, and then we would like bypass all of that crap, all of that goofiness. Something to put a pin in. But for the time being, for this this build of the International Space Station, we're gonna regretfully omit the procedures of the Canadarm. It kills me to do that, because it's just like, that thing was way immersive and super hard to use, so, which makes it super cool. Yeah, given what's going on with the Kerbal physics, can't get around that crap. Gotta do what we gotta do. So, yeah, we installed this, and then we moved the Z1 solar array over to P6. This is us doing that now, which was a perfect, absolute success. Went off exactly the way we wanted it to. Beautiful install. And then this is actually something that popped into my mind late last night after we finished streaming. We fouled up our process with the return, but the return was okay. We were able to actually do the return successfully. However, I did realize that our equation for the return process is clearly incorrect, and I know why now. At least the solution came to me yesterday. We're going to have to figure it out again. Exclamation mark. Flight plans.
Alright, so we can go ahead and start getting into our reentry pattern here.
Okay.
What we want to do is get ourselves down into a reentry.
So what we're looking at here.
1404. So in order to do that, we'll bring our Periosis change down to 80 kilometers. We'll plot that.
So we want to scroll down to our 4-phase reentry pattern. And what we found here was normally what happens when we do our returns, it's RNG. You never know where you're going to kind of be popped out. And so you got to do these corrections. And for the most part, we've come in variable less than our intended position, which is good for the equation because the equation actually works that way. But every time that we've come in with a p-value greater than 238, the equation breaks down, and this is the reason why. So let's see here. Our equation is p. Okay, so we get our p-value is greater than 238. Add the difference to 360. That's absolutely incorrect. We should take the difference and subtract through that from 360. Subtract from 360
will you do the actual last flight of the space shuttle, or will you just do the last space station module that
in order to get px, and then the rest of the equation should work.
Why not?
So we had it kind of transposed here, so let's see here. If p is greater than 238,
Should be something like that.
then we would need 360 minus the difference, right? Yeah. That's why we've been incorrect. 360 minus p minus
Our position at phase for the reentry pattern.
bracket.
You gonna build a robot, go to Mars, have them forget to plug in the wires in the right place. If a mission is cool enough, then
So
we'll
it
do
should be
Like
238
launching Tesla Roadsters and launching
minus
Tesla Roadsters to Mars.
p.
And yes, I am saying Tesla.
Okay, so
Okay. That's how we're.
if p is greater than 238, then 360 minus 238 minus p bracket
I thought it was kind of funny.
equals px, and then we take that times time,
I don't know what building
divide that by the number of orbits, add our orbital time, divide that by time, and then take the decimals and turn that into seconds, and then everything should work then.
Like it all worked. They just landed in a spot that was no good.
Yeah, because before we were adding a whole 360, and that's absolutely incorrect.
But then again, Apollo 13 was a failure. We did Apollo 13 on the 50th anniversary. That was awesome.
Now, was it 238 minus p
Really
or?
fun doing that. So sometimes failures can be just as fun as a successful mission, like recreating the vessel to get it to explode. In the right
Yeah. See, no, that's wrong. We got that backwards too. So it should be p minus
All right, so we're in our corridor now.
238, which will give us a negative number, but that
We need to change our orbital period from 31. It needs to be down
the
to
difference.
4. So we're on a prograde marker. That works for me. Go ahead and bring up our CS docking mode and flight controls. We need to shave off almost 2 full seconds. So throw thrust here. And see our orbital time is going down as we thrust this. I can't hover the cursor over the window and thrust.
I'll just say the difference. That way I'll keep it straight in my mind.
05, 1,000.
So if p is greater than
RCS off.
p is greater than 238, 360 minus the difference
We want to flatten out our orbit. As you can see, we're at
equals
52 inclination as
px.
well.
Yes, correct.
What we want to do is we want to flatten our orbit like this, so that we kind of take that degrees out of the equation. It's not important for this equation.
And then
We'll
it'll
give
work.
ourselves some protractors. Bam.
Yeah, see right here. So if we look at our wheel, our protractor here, so basically the desired position is 3 o'clock, which is 0. And then at phase 3. So the first phase we want to be down here at 238, this circle. So if we're greater than, oh no, the value is greater than, that means if we we accidentally are down here somewhere, then what we would need to do to get over... Oh, wait. Because we can't cut... Yeah, right. So 360 minus the difference. Yeah. That ought to work. Okay, so I'd like to see this. Hopefully our next re-entry... We'll have plenty of re-entries today, actually. I plan on doing lots of Soyuz launches. So we've got a lot of trash to burn up in the atmosphere. So if we... Right, so if P is greater than, then, see, if it's less than, then you can slow down, but for greater than, you can't cut in because it'll dip your apoapsis or periapsis too far in and you'll crash. So the only way to make the difference is to go a whole 360 minus the difference in order to make that change. That ought to work. I hope. Okay, so there's our formulas corrected for greater than. I'm anxious to see that. And here was our re-entry pattern. We'll watch this just because we're getting really good at this. 3 shuttle re-entries in a row. Dead on. Which is really awesome.
Take this off of feed entry, and we are ready for re-entry. Down we go. You can use the punctuation keys to get there. Screw you. All right, we're at the Carmen line, and RCS on. Huh, it's utterly stopping us. That's so weird. I don't know. It feels like there's a window on top of it. It feels like maybe MechJeb is broken somehow in it. Okay, we're approaching the channel now. This is yep, starting to slow down. Or our acceleration is not. We're not accelerating as fast. We should be starting to slow down here pretty soon.
Just a couple meters under 2300.
I feel we're going to
standard.
Going to
and we start to slow down right at the bay.
In fact, go ahead and we've been timid on a lot of these angles. We're going to get into this. 48 degree.
Rather not the bay, but the channel.
And we are coming over the channel now.
And then 2200 and about 2000 or 2 kilometers a second by the time we reach the mountain range. And then if we're going that fast, then we want to get all into about 50 degrees or what.
Stranded orbit.
But we're getting pretty good at judging
so
these.
In our world, Elon is just Elon because the game happened to just hook us up and give us an Elon legit. Otherwise, I probably would have done something like that, the K on the front of his name or something. All right, looking at the speed now, we're looking at 2260. Yeah, we're about 50 meters. All right, yeah. This angle should not be bad. Steady as she goes on this angle. I'm liking the way that's dishing the speed and how much we should have. 30? Okay. Let's get into this angle a bit.
Yeah, 2200 has really been our goal.
And pull out of this angle
right
a bit.
There, boom, right past.
Down to the 40 range.
So we get past that
90 speed, and
bay.
We have crossed the bay. It's the last leg of our journey here. Right over top of these, right over top of the horizon there will be the target. 2150, 40, 42, 2100. We're at 42 degrees angle. Target is in sight. Turn 3 degrees to the right. Starboard roll 3 degrees. 7 degrees. We're at 2 kilometers. Go ahead and get some more pitch angle. Get us up past 50. Okay, we're at 2 kilometers. All right, we're under 2 kilometers. Bring it out now. Bring it back down to almost 30 range. 1900.
Wow, we were going really fast.
Starboard turn, 9 degrees.
Right there.
Okay, we're at 1800. This is looking really good.
Is it? I'm feeling like it's too fast.
Can I trim it a little bit? Okay, trim it.
Wow, I am really holding tons of speed. We're at 1400 and
Okay,
we're
we trimmed it way too
already...
far that last bit. We need to put the brakes on now. Jack, you trimmed it too far.
Yeah. Anyway, we were able to
Alright, bring it out. We are ready for main computer override.
kill the speed and time.
Hit it. Alright. We will go for the S-turn. How do we want to do this? We got only 1900 meters a second. We're going to do the S-turn before. I just don't feel we have enough distance and height, altitude, speed, all of that in order to go past it and get a S-turn on the other side. We're going to do it right here. Okay, I may have pushed that a little too far. Can we get enough lift to make this happen? Please, baby. Okay, I'm feeling good. Feeling good now. There's the hard stopper. Kind of a little bit sideways. That's okay. It'll be fine. GG.
Okay. So yeah, that's pretty good stuff.
A lot of curls out here.
And then we just kind of
Emergency
went on a tour
responsibility.
because I got raided.
There's actually one more thing.
So we went on
Absolutely
a
abhorrent.
tour of our stuff. To kind of flex and show off
Command.
our
That
achievements.
we didn't actually have DMCA and kill. And I don't think, if my calculations are correct, or my eyeball guesstimations are anywhere remotely close, we shouldn't be able to dock to the PMA-2 with the shuttle with the payload bay facing forward.
Okay.
I want to do the solar wing like in the next mission. I want it done. But no, there. Look at this. Here's the relocation right here, and then mission. There it comes. Damn, dude. Ugh. You got 7 more modules. More. I'm forgetting. Probably
All
more.
right, well, we can go ahead and load it up now. And get some Soyuz launches. That's where we ended yesterday. We were actually right on the pad just about to do a Soyuz launch. And the stream was just utterly choppy, so we decided to go ahead and save everybody the agony. And we went ahead and killed the stream, and now we've got some Soyuz launches to do. Plenty of Soyuz launches to be done today. Okay, so see what we've got going on here. In fact, I believe I don't see the van. Maybe the van's icon is hidden by our Kerbals icon or something. But we should be all ready here for this. Got a Kerbal trying to escape the apparatus. That's pretty funny. Yeah, okay, so the van is still here, and yeah, we're pretty much at that point. I fear leaving a Soyuz on the pad and then coming back to it as we have, as opposed to like rendering it and then driving up. But we'll just see here. If it pogos on us, then I mean, I'm not going to take a pogo from this right here if it does, even if we're in live mode, because that without a doubt would be a Kraken issue. Live mode on. Frankenstein. Okay, now the best way we've found to do this is if we aim our camera at the escape tower, and then we can go ahead and grab our crew, transfer. We have to kind of clip our camera inside the fairing like that. Grab the next guy, transfer. There it is. Alright, you're in. And one more. Alright, there we go. And our crew all on board. Good to go ahead and take Gunther in the van and drive it back, or drive it to a safe position anyway. How this is gonna work if we plan on... We might end up having to recover this, this van. Of course, it isn't like... Well... Here's what we're gonna... Well, we would need Gunther, though. See, Gunther's in here. Sure what we want to do. Like launching the next one or whatever. Yeah, well, we'll probably have to recover this. Anyway, let's get back over to our Soyuz here, and we need to program up some flight instructions. Let's take a look at our flight instructions to be sure we're getting it all correct here. 90, 1.8 to 89, or 98.9. Okay. 0, 90 degree shape, yeah. Okay. Alright, that's pretty simple. Cut and dried. Should be fine. Alright, let's go ahead and get into the window. Another night launch. Gonna be getting night launches for probably another, what, couple months now. Okay, we are in the window. Actually, really, really close. I am actually going to pause time for just a minute. Need to hit the bathroom. Then when we come back, we're going to go ahead and get into our launch pole and get this Soyuz launched. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Okie dokie, we are back. And ready for this Soyuz launch. So we're at the time. All of our astronauts are on board, and the van is pulled away and safe. We can go ahead and kick on this little immersive light down there. And we are go for orbiter access arm retract. Hit it. Alright. Access arm is coming back. Staging is green. We are go for launch. Initiate launch pole.
All stations, go for terminal count, beginning with mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
DC,
DC is go for terminal count.
GC,
GC is go.
SIS-1,
SIS-1 is go.
SIS-2,
SIS-2 is go.
CC,
CC go.
NAV,
Nav is go.
flight software,
Flight software go.
mission software,
Mission software is go.
IT,
IT is go.
recovery,
Recovery go.
RC,
RC go.
OSM,
OSM go.
ROC.
Rock is go.
LC is go. DC, you are go to enable the terminal count auto sequence.
All stations, terminal count auto sequence is enabled.
Alright, here we go. T-minus 20 seconds.
Guidance is internal.
T-minus 11 seconds.
Ignition sequence start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. 90 meters a second. Okay, we're starting to get into our pitch angle now. 150 meters a second. Vehicle is supersonic. Approaching first stage booster flame out separation, main computer override. Separation. Corlo of cross. Very nice. We are go for main computer override. Override complete. We are go for tower jettison. Bearing separation in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bearing separation. Go for solar panel and antenna deployment. That is 6. And 6. Coming up on stage 2 flame out. Flame out. Separation. Okay, we're at 170, going to 270. All right, here we go. 210, going to 270. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and shutdown. GG. We might be on track to get a PB on this inclination. It's really close, actually. It's not bad. If we were to burn a little bit southern, like the tiniest bit, bring it back. All right. All right, we are ready for orbiter separation. Or, you know what, that call out's not very good. Orbiter separation would kind of sounds like we should separate here. We're going to say third stage booster separation. Hit it. All right, departure burn. Groovy. Off it goes. SAS, RCS on. Turn us to retrograde, please. And prepare to meet your fate. You can see it's frightened. It knows what's coming. It knows there's a deorbit burn coming, and it's freaking out over there. All right, the exhaust trail is clean. We are go for deorbit burn. Hit it. All right, that'll do it. Okay, switch. All right. Now here we are in our little trusty Soyuz. Let's see how close we got on our inclination. We're gonna need to target the thing first, huh? So target the ISS and match planes with that thing. How close do we get? Dude! Oh my god, that's a PB by a lot. Oh my god, I did not. Now wait a minute. No, that's not true. Okay, that would be a PB if we were launching the shuttle. That would have been a huge PB if we were launching the shuttle, but I'm actually looking at our notes here, and it seems that for a Soyuz launch, our personal best is 1.9 meters, which is crazy good. Like, there's really little chance that we're ever going to break that personal best. And we didn't do it here, but if this were a shuttle, we'd have been, like, way good. I think our personal best on the shuttle is like 12. So, and yeah. A little early celebration. It's not true. It's not a personal best, but that is pretty darn good. No, not too shabby at all. Where is the station relative to us? Okay, so we're behind it. We're probably going to want to get into this pretty quick. In fact, this might be too much as it sits. Go ahead and put us on a prograde marker here, and we're going to burn. See, we need to turn on some RCS turning thrusters for this. 4 and 5. So RCS on, and 5 should be the Verners. Actually, wait a minute here. Okay, they're on. These are, the dockings are off. All right, cool. RCS off. And let's just get a little bit of burn right here. I just don't want to overshoot because our cut is too deep. We are pretty darn close. Yeah, that looks like that would have overshot. we're gonna need to put some radial influence here. SAS, keep us to SAS and let me control it for a second. Bring it down to about... Yeah. Bring that ABORT back down. Christ, we're still getting... That's not what I want. There we go. Jesus, I'm feeling gimbal lock, bro. Not cool. God, we're not going to be able to get that 4 out. But this will be fine. We won't pass it now. And we can clean this up on the other side. It'll be cheaper. So, there's our 1 orbit. And we still need to do the plane correction. Okay, so there's our new plane correction. Go ahead and execute that. No, don't do that. Actually, SAS, turn us to the node. There we go. Flight computers have a real hard time figuring out how to turn a Soyuz because of the rear wheel steering, basically. It's like asking a robot to drive a forklift. Okay. Yeah, now hit it. We're go for plane change correction. Plane correction burn, go. Do, report back when done. Like I said, it does not know how to steer. That's close enough, 0.3, whatever. Now. So... here to bring that over. Right, so let's go ahead and get a maneuver right about here. Just a little retrograde to get that orbit back underneath of it. Okay, get that node, and then over here, add a maneuver to slow us down a little bit. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Christ, we're passing it right now. Stupid, I didn't want to... Yeah. Derp to derp. Get it the next orbit. Damn, we'll have passed it by then, huh? Wasn't that a shame? All right, well, looks like we're going to have to really get into this quickly. Was not expecting to be so under the gun here. All right, that'll work. Go ahead and turn us to that node. Usually we have ages of time to plot these things, but anyway, that's all right. We'll be fine. Get on it. Hit it. Okay, 0.9 kilometers difference. You can get that a little bit closer. Wrong way, Jack. Try it back this way. Actually, outwards, evidently. We're at, oh no, there you go. Separation of 0.1. That's pretty damn close. 0.6 for that. Sure, go ahead and turn us to that node. A little bit of RCS to do that. Oh wait, we've got one antenna that needs to be extended here. The final aft antenna. That's important. Must have that antenna. Alright, go ahead and pull the trigger on that node. And this will be our home and transfer burn, more or less. All right, now plot us null velocity vector, and we're done with the maneuver planner. Go ahead and turn to that node, and we are looking at 47 meters flat to null our velocity at closest approach, and closest approach is going to happen 19 minutes, so good stuff. Alright, 18 minutes till closest approach. Get a little bit of time acceleration going on here. Still closest approach. Target's in sight. We're looking at 40 kilometers away now. 9 minutes till closest approach. 2 minutes till closest approach. We've got 5 kilometers away, and we're going about 50 kilometers or 50 meters a second. Let's go ahead and put this on the retrograde. We don't, in fact, go ahead and maneuver planner. Remove all the nodes. We're done with this. Just keep it on the retrograde relative until we're happy with the speed, which I'm happy with right about now. Go ahead and get a little bit closer here. Okay, in render distance now. Okay, let's go ahead and get some docking thrusters on. Turn the verniers off. Docking thrusters on. RCS on. Docking mode on. There we go. One meter a second. Let's go ahead and get that. Go ahead and spit some liquid into it. I figure we'll probably just park this thing up on the zenith port, or we could go on to the, isn't Piers? No, this is actually dock to Piers. But we could dock to the zenith side of that same node. That works for me. I guess we could say our fears of the pogoing can be discounted, as that wasn't remotely a thing. Looks like we got a little bit of orbital drift. Quite a lot, in fact. Let's get this up to about, I don't know, a little bit faster. A few hundred. There we go. End up wasting more delta V correcting the orbital drift than it would to just get us going a little faster, so... Okay, we're within 300 meters now. go ahead and just tab over to the vehicle here and make sure that it's kind of kickstart it into its proper attitude control. I don't know when it does that otherwise. If we don't tab to it, I don't know what distance it is. It's like, it's really close though. You got to be really, really close before it starts to turn of its own volition. Okay. Sit here for a moment while the station gets oriented into its proper attitude, and in the meantime, actually the attitude we're going to need to be in is quite simple. We'll need to be facing radial in. So if we just say radial in, we can go ahead and get onto our attitude, our final attitude. It looks like it's close enough to its attitude that we can go ahead and start getting into our docking procedures here. First off, we're going to want to be on the zenith side of it, so we'll get a little bit of thrust this way. Okay, so we're going right here. Set that as the target. We'll say negative parallel, force the roll to 0. Get us, which we're pretty much already on that. But it'll rotate it for us. Okay, our crosshairs are about to swirl around to the other side of the virtual nav ball we're looking at there, and they'll turn green, indicating that we are past our docking port and ready for approach. Almost there. I want to put my camera on the target port if we can. There we go. Aim camera. Nice. Alright, we are past the docking node now. We can go ahead and start to get our approach. Nice. Okay, our Soyuz is almost over top of the docking port. Here it comes. Steady as she goes. And captured. All right. Interesting. It shut off our SAS control on the station. Anyway, we'll control from the main point and reset up our orbital prograde. Make sure that that's okay. RCS off. And there we are. We are here. There we go. Our astronauts are now on on the station. Pretty sweet. Pretty cool stuff. Why is the... That's weird. Did it change our control from point again? Or what was the deal there? We must have again lost attitude control. Wait a minute here. That's odd. Okay. Now we've got the one Soyuz here and their crew is on board. We can go ahead and... What the hell? Oh, right. Okay. That's actually the Piers airlock. I was looking for this inventory piece right there. Okay, and this thing's level full of garbage already. Looks like. Can't get into there without being on EVA. We can go ahead and transfer the cargo inside here. With something that's got room for it. In fact, actually, we'll go ahead and store a bunch of this stuff in the truss. This part of the truss has got garbage in it that we want to load into this Soyuz. do believe we have some trash over here in this part of the... No. No. There's some trash. Alright, and that's pretty much fills up the space we have on board on the inside of the Soyuz. We can go on EVA to fill up the containers on the outside with trash. And then, currently, yeah, this one's already level full. Okay, so our returning Soyuz is, I believe, good to go. We need to select a crew for her, which of course would be Shellberry, who's in the airlock, right? Shellberry, Brian Duffy, I believe you're in Unity. No. Where's Brian Duffy at? Is he all the way forward here? Shouldn't be in here. Oh, he is in there. What do you know? And Hot Dogs. Hot Dogs is our scientist in here. In the Destiny module. Okay, and Hot Dogs goes on board the Soyuz. Alright. So we are ready for our Soyuz return now. We've got the replacement crews on board the station, and they're stretching their legs and saying goodbye to the current crew. Let's take a look at what phase we're in here. Okay. Go ahead and turn off classic rock. Don't need that. And we're just a little bit past phase 3, heading into phase 0. So yeah, we can get into this at any time. Alright, so let's go ahead and do it. So down here, let's make sure that the Smart ASS is up, and we are go for undocking. Hit it. Alright, Soyuz is away. SAS to off. Yeah, I saw it. See that? It was trying to turn. SAS to SAS. It's rare that it does that, but it's something that can happen. Okay, RCS on. Docking mode on. Thrusting aft. Now that it's out here, we can go ahead and say, and we don't want Smart ASS to do this, we want SAS to do this, but point us orbital retrograde. Turn off the docking thrusters, turn on the Verners. And go ahead and give us a tiny little thrust there for that turn. All right, we're ready for departure burn. Let's go ahead and get control from the docking port. There we go. It clearly was controlling from one of the pods, which is not how we want to do that. All right, we are go for departure burn. Hit it. All right. There we go. Burner thrusters off, Dockers on, RCS on. Let's get a little turn here to flatten us out relative to the horizon, like that. Okay, RCS off, Dockers off, Verners on. And we are go to start plotting the re-entry procedure. So we'll want to go ahead and get a periapsis down to 80 kilometers. Go ahead and plot one of those for us now. Perfect for next orbit. Fantastic. That works out great. And go ahead and keep us on that node. We wave goodbye to the people on the station. Wave. And we are go for re-entry corridor burn A. Hit it.
Ignition sequence start.
JB Daddy, thank you for that follow, bro. Now I'm kind of hoping for our p-value to be greater than 238 on this return so that we can test the our equation change. I'm quite confident though that I'm correct. Alright, we are ready for re-entry corridor burn B. Go ahead and turn to that node. Okay, we are on the node. And we are go for re-entry corridor burn B. Hit it. Okay, let's get some orbital information up here. No, not Delta V, we want orbital. There we go. Orbital information so we can get a little bit closer on our equation. Alright, we're approaching 31, 50, 40, 30, 20, 16, 15. Okay. Flight computer's gone ahead and shut it down. So it's reached where it needs to go, or where it thinks it needs to go. We'll put this back on the retrograde, put on some docking thrusters, and clean this up into our static orbital period, static re-entry corridor period of 3114.04. RCS on, docking mode on, Verners off, Dockers on, and we need a little bit of prograde relative, which is actually retrograde relative, so rest forward a bit, 3114.0. Oop, off by 1,000th. Let's get a fine controls on. There we go. Alright, RCS off. We are in the lane, and we are ready for phase 1. Let's go ahead and remove all the nodes, get this out of here, and get into the map. And yeah, we are way ahead of schedule here. Alright, let's go ahead and get our protractors out and get ready to find P to solve for Y. Okay, so the Space Center is over here. It's just approaching the very beginning of phase 1, so we've got quite a bit of time to wait here. Don't want to miss it though. Okay. A little bit fast on that time acceleration. Okay, we're approaching phase 1. 155. I'll call it 155. That looks pretty good. Alright, so P value of 155. We can go ahead and get rid of the protractors now. And P equals 155. Alright, now we can run our equation. So again, it's actually less than, so we know that this is going to work. I was kind of hoping for it to be greater than. That's alright. Go ahead and run our equation nonetheless. Okay, so we're looking at 238 minus P 155 equals X times time divide by the number of orbits. We're going to get 5. Add our current orbital time. Okay, and then turn all of this into time. 60 is 32 minutes. So 32 minutes. 0.6735. 0.6735. 0.6735 is 40.1. 40.41 seconds. So our new orbital time will need to be 31 minutes, 40.41 seconds. So let's go ahead and add the node over here at 3 o'clock. Squared up to 3 o'clock right there, okay. And changing our orbital time to 32 minutes, 40 seconds. There we go. 32 minutes, 40 seconds. And then we'll get the thousandths over here after we complete that burn. Looks like it's actually a little bit too low. There you go. Okay, turn us to that node. Alright, we're on the node. Go ahead and hit that. And bring us into our phase correction burn A, as well. I guess we'll call it to designate it. Alright. Keep us on that prograde marker. So we need to clean this up. We're looking at 32 minutes, 40.51 seconds where we're currently at, and we need to be at 4:1, so we're off by a hundredth. 1/100th of a second. Okay, Werner's off, Docker's on, thrusting on, docking mode on, and fine controls on. Oh, wait a minute here. There we go. We need to be 41.41, right? I'll bring it back to 0.41. There we go. 32 minutes, 40.41 seconds. RCS off. Fine controls off. Docking mode off. Werner's on. Docker's off. Do you actually wait for the whole time or speed it up? We use time acceleration all the time, if that's what you're asking. So there we are. We're in the lane. Now we need to stay in this for 5 orbits. So we'll go ahead and time accelerate. A little bit faster. There we go. All right, so there's 1 orbit. Two orbits. Approaching phase 2, and it's looking dead on. Yeah, it's absolutely dead on. Bang right there for sure. Okay. 3 orbits. Okay, approaching the 4th orbit. Alright, that's 4 orbits. Now we can go ahead and plot to bring us back out at the next orbit. So we need to retrograde back into our original reentry corridor. So we're going to call this reentry corridor phase reentry corridor burn B. And we're looking to bring it back down to 32 minutes 14. So 31 minutes. Did I say 32 minutes? 31 minutes 14. Okay, like that. Okay. And then we'll clean it up after the fact. Make sure we're not dipping. No, we're good. Okay, SAS turn us to that node. Prepare for phase reentry corridor B. Or I should say phase correction. Reentry corridor phase correction burn B. Let's see here. Reentry corridor phase correction burn B. RCPCBB. Try remembering that. Alright, we're on the node, and we'll get one more orbit here. This will be our 5th and final orbit, and yeah, we are go for reentry corridor phase correction burn B. Cool. Okay, so we should be in the lane, and now we're ready to start working on this reentry burn. So what we need here is a landing predictions. Go ahead and turn that on. We can kill the LGC, don't need that. Just the predictions, and yeah, we'll have 2 orbits past this one before we get our re-entry burn. I like to plot them every orbit just to be sure, though. So anyway, here's our next orbit's burn. We'll pull this in. Yep. Cool, cool. And one more orbit. Alright, here we go. Ooh, ouch. We are a little bit south, huh? Yeah, just a little bit. And yeah, you know, I put that down to when we actually found P, we were really hack meat on it. Like, I wasn't all that square. I mean, if the orbit wasn't all that flat to the screen, and yeah, we just kind of speed run, you know, speed runned it. So it should come as no surprise that we've got a pretty big correction here. Should come as no surprise. I was really sort of just meh, whatever. We only did the math once. But this is how lax you really can be with the Soyuz versus the shuttle. Like, the shuttle is on the edge of your seat the whole time. You got to make damn sure your numbers are right. But the Soyuz is like, it really isn't all that necessary since it's such a safe craft. Yeah, looks like that that correction should do us. 91 meters, not too bad. Go ahead and turn to that correction and get ready to burn that. Re-entry trajectory correction burn. RTC. Alright, we're good. Hit me. Actually, you don't want to get all of the nodes, but yeah, just go ahead and burn that first one, and we'll kill all of the nodes and come back to it and replot, because we also need to get an altitude correction burn over here. So, let's go ahead and get the re-entry trajectory correction burn. Alright, remove all the nodes. And now, what's our altitude? 81? Okay, wasn't too bad. I can get a burn down here to bring that to a nice sharp 80. What's our periapsis at? Oh, crap. Alright, looks like we're going to be working with the periapsis, so let's bring that over here. Boy, that's close. Okay, we're off by 4 meters on that. I'll take that. That's closer than I think we've ever been for the altitude correction. Yeah, go ahead and turn us to that node and get ready to burn that one. Looks like a pretty decent track. Yeah, that should work out pretty good. Got to get a very decent trajectory. Okay. Altitude correction burn. Hit me. Uh-oh. It wasn't actually dead on it. It may... Okay. No, still didn't grab it. There we go. Here we go. Altitude correction burn. Easy peasy. Remove all the nodes. We are now ready to plot our re-entry. Alright, so let's get a, this is the 80-40 run, so we go from our 80-kilometer starting point down to our 40-kilometer periapsis. Alright, like that. 300 meters too high. Okay, should be good. Now we can go ahead and find the time. And this thing, again, unlike the shuttle, we are turning here. This is screwing with us. Yeah, go ahead and turn to that node. The torque wheels are screwing with us here. Get onto the A node and stop. Okay, and then we'll just go stability assist. Okay, stay right there. Okay, we need to pull this back. We want to be splashing down just offshore, as close as we possibly can get to the Kerbal Space Center, but yet splashing down just off the shore. So a tiny bit like that. But I was gonna say, unlike the shuttle, this thing's like a bullet, so we can totally rely on this this target indicator for where we're gonna end up. There's not much lift involved, very little if any lift involved in this equation, so much easier to plot. Okay, we are on the node and ready for our re-entry burn. Initiate landing pole.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over. Roger, understand. Go for landing.
It's all down to this. Re-entry burn. Hit it. All right, re-entry burn is complete. RCS on, docking mode on. Why am I not hearing any thrust happening? Oh. Thrusters off, thrusters on. There we go. Okay. RCS off. And now, re-entry procedures. So, re-entry procedures, Soyuz. Okay, so 9 is the separation. Bastard. Okay. All right, we are go for orbiter separation. Hit it. Nice. Separation complete. Get one more tiny correction here. As soon as this thing's a little bit further away from us. Okay, should be good to do it here. Right there. Beautiful. Alright, that's it. And we are ready for re-entry. Okay. Kill the orbital information. Smart SAS, roll 90. And then we need to be at 30 meters, engage the soft landing boosters. Okay, so... I don't trust that. Forced to 90. That's not right. Yeah, that's incorrect. What the? Negative 90? There we go. Negative 90. Put that into the flight plan. Okay. Yeah, the periscope needs to be on the top side. Alright, we are holding, and we are just now hitting the Kármán line. So let's go ahead and bring it in. We're slowing down right on cue. Coming across the channel now. We're starting to pick up fire effects. Let's go ahead and bring it out of time acceleration. And we are over the bay now. Target's in sight. We're coming over the flags now. Plasma blackout. Boy, our trajectory was really, really good. Like, collision course trajectory. That was really good. Nice shot. All right, the chutes are green. I'm waiting to hit the chutes because I'm really trying to splash down here. And it looks like we might still be on a course to splash down. I mean, like, we got it really good. In fact, this is... I'm gonna go ahead and hit that now. Like, we are totally gonna be on the beach. That was definitely the best Soyuz re-entry we have done yet. I mean, like, we wanted to splash down just off the beach. Boy, we did it. It's gonna be hard to get any closer than that. Sergeant Callum, how's it going, man? I'm doing all right. Got ourselves a successful Soyuz launch and a successful Soyuz... Well, we'll see here that we get a successful Soyuz re-entry. Well, the re-entry we got. Make sure we don't crumple the pod on the splashdown here. Okay. Soft landing boosters at 30 meters. We are now at 150. All right, in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Splashdown. GG. Extend the periscope. And like, we are very, very, very close to the beach. Extremely close to the beach. Okay, let's get over to the Space Center. We need to now rescue these guys. Which the easiest way to do this is with a Sikorsky. So since we have quite a bit more on our plate, we're not going to attempt any helicopters or anything like that. We're just going to jump in our trusty old Sikorsky, fly over here and get these guys picked up. Because we got another Soyuz launch coming up right after this. We even got the trucks. We still got the truck too. Oh, cool. We did take that one wing out. Okay, cool. Another thing that I did want to do here. Alright, let's get some recovery dudes. And a pilot. Plane girl, you're up. Okay, plane girl and fantastic co-pilot. And some recovery dudes. Recovery. Recovery crew. Recovery crew. Okay. Let's go. Now, the one thing I remember here, and if we look up our flight plans on our Sikorsky amphibious aircraft here, we will see that we do not, I'm going to boldface that not, do not, or underline it. There we go. Do not use the brakes until after touchdown because they will stop the props. It's a stupid glitch. Other than that, I love this plane. This thing is just really cool. Exceeds all expectations, this thing. Okay, so let's see here. Throttle is on the cow. Or pitch is on the cow, rather. Let's go ahead and throttle up the engines. Oh, right. Immersion. Can't really fly a prop plane with no prop sound. That just, that won't do. I think it's prop plane 2. Let's take a look at this. There we go. Okie dokie. Oh wait, we've also got some electric things that need to turn on. 0 for the fuel cells. Alright, Groovy, they are working. Okay, and 1. Alright, we're cool. We are go for takeoff. Let's go. We haven't got far to fly. In fact, we're going to be having a beach party here. So this thing's going to be practically just parked right at the beach. for hot dogs on up there, and out you go. Oh, he fell. It's not letting us transfer him. There it is. Okay. Whoa. We're actually floating the Soyuz ourselves. We might have been able to paddle our Soyuz to the beach. Quite literally. We've got a Kerbal on the top there to actually kind of coax the thing to slip against the water, and that'd been funny. See, look at that. It's actually moving because of our... Oh, we're sinking it. Get in the back, hot dogs. Okay. All right. The saved crew is on board our Sikorsky. We say goodbye to the trusty Soyuz capsule. Always a pleasure. And we are actually not ready for takeoff. We need to, first off, we have to actually turn off the cowl in order to transfer the weight aft. And then let's go ahead and pin these guys. Alright, the weight is aft now. We can turn back on the throttle control. Which actually, you know what? We don't even need the throttle control on right now. Yeah, just leave that off. Alright. We are go for liftoff. For takeoff. Hit it. Rotating. And out we go. All right, transfer that fuel forward. Okay. Turn back on our throttle. All right, we're good to go. gear down. Do not turn the brakes on, but you can turn the lights on. Do our fly drive here. Kill the prop plane immersion noise. So we are here. That is it. Trouble selecting the rotor there. Okay. For that? Oh, right, because we're not actually selecting it. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and drive this on over there. We still got one astronaut in there to get out, but we're gonna drive the van on over to start picking them up. Since we went ahead and had to select it anyway. Alright, here's Gunther to pick everybody up. And this is the reason why we couldn't transfer that dude. He's in here. Oh no, he isn't. Where the hell is he? Is he in the back one? Maybe the other side? There he is. Okay, hot dogs. Alright, there are our astronauts. Oh! From the Soyuz re-entry. Now we can get them on board the Astrovan and drive them home. Oh. A crazy driver today. And here we are. GG. Yeah, good mission. Go ahead and recover our vessel now and recover our plane. Recover the launch equipment from the last launch. And we are ready to go ahead and set up another Soyuz launch. Pretty cool. Okay, recovered the Soyuz launch equipment and our Sikorsky S-43. Awesome stuff. Now let's queue up a new Soyuz. We got another launch coming up. Yeah, that was a good mission. That was fun. Let's take a look at where we stand on the modules for the ISS. What is the next one coming up for us here anyway? Okay, our Soyuz is on the pad. We can get back to the Space Center to select some astronauts. And I was looking up here, ESP3, Harmony, P6 location. Okay, so the next one is STS-122, and it looks like it's got the Columbus European Laboratory. So that should be pretty cool. Space Shuttle Atlantis. Alright, so let's get some crew. We need more cars. We need more cars. Maybe that's what we'll do as a project for tomorrow. And then we'll sit down and come up with some new low part count cars and that we can use to reliably ferry our astronauts to and from the launch pad and to and from the beach and wherever. Who was our limo driver again? Can't remember who oh, Eduardo. Yeah. Get Eduardo to drive. Okay. Gonna send space. Reality. And Sammy. That'll be our crew of this Soyuz launch. I would make a monorail if I could. That would be sick. Yeah, A monorail system that would go to each of the different buildings. That would be awesome. With a loop-de-loop. Whoa. Holy shit. Crazy driver. More astronauts. More launches. All right, there's our crew, all women. I didn't even realize that. think this aspect ratio is making this more difficult. Still working though. All right, our crew is on board. And the warning light. Gunther has turned on the warning light. Time for the van to get the hell out of Dodge. Eduardo, step on it! All right, they are out of the way. We need to time accelerate to our launch window, which is no doubt going to be at night. What's this thing going around the opposite way? Juliet, huh? Now, hold on a second here. That is not the... Oh, it reclassified it. Right. Ah. Haven't had that be a thing for some time now. But yeah, it seems as though since we docked Soyuz to it, it's now classifying it as the Soyuz and not as a station. It also renamed it. Okay, okay. Approaching our window now, and right about there. Just a little bit further. All right, we are in our launch window. Let's check all of our stuff here, make sure everything's correct. Okay. Manual, okay, 52, 90, 90, 1.8, 98.8, 98.9, 0, 90 degrees, force, okay, yeah, looks correct, so we're good to go on that front. Staging is green. Alright, we are go for orbiter access arm retract. Okay, The access arm's coming back now. Initiate launch poll.
All stations, go for terminal count, beginning with mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
DC,
DC is go for terminal count.
GC,
GC is go.
SIS-1,
Sys1 is go.
SIS-2,
SIS-2 is go.
CC,
CC go.
NAV,
Nav is go.
flight software,
Flight software go.
mission software,
Mission software is go.
IT,
IT is go.
recovery,
Recovery go.
RC,
RC go.
OSM,
OSM go.
ROC.
Rock is go.
LC is go. DC, you are go to enable the terminal count auto sequence.
All stations, terminal count auto sequence is enabled.
T-minus 20 seconds.
Guidance is internal.
T-minus 10 seconds.
Ignition sequence start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roll complete. 100 meters a second now. We are go for pitch. Vehicle supersonic. Approaching first stage booster flameout separation and the fabled Korlov cross. Mach 2. Flame out and separation. Nice. Main computer override engaged. Override complete. We are go for escape tower jettison. Towers away. Fairing separation in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here, go for fairing separation. Separation clean. We are go for, or no, hold on a sec. We still got a few meters here before we can extend the. What is that? That's on 6 too, by the way, isn't it? Yeah, solar panels and the antenna. Okay, we're go now. Solar panels and antenna. Deploy. Our correction burn's gonna be really heavy, but oh well. Not too concerned. This thing's got an exorbitant amount of fuel in it, so... Flame out. Separation. Okay, and we're at 140 going to 270. We can go ahead and bring this back a bit, I guess. We're going to need some northern influence. Let's go ahead and turn north. Okay, 200 going to 270. 210. 20. 30. 40. 50. 60. And shut down.
G'day, Cobber.
Ah. Archface. You scared me. Now, normally we would have dropped off this booster and sent it to its demise, but since we have a bit of a correction burn here, we took it all the way, and that's all right. It'll meet its demise sure enough, soon enough. We need to match planes. Here we go. Okay, so go ahead and turn us to that node. Yeah, after we get this plane changed, then we'll go ahead and send it into its demise. Okay. Here go for booster separation. Hit it. Okay, departure burn. Demolished. Utterly. Okay. The booster will now meet its demise, and our Soyuz is in orbit. And where are we? Okay, and really? That far off? Okay. I don't know that I want to get a whole another deep cut after this orbit. So, on the next orbit, go ahead and burn out to about, oh, I don't know, something like that should be pretty decent, I think. That'll slow us down good enough. Go ahead and turn to that node. Alright. Hit it. I don't know that we're gonna fully go quite so shallow here. We're probably gonna shut this down a little prematurely because you can see how far away we are. At the cut we have plotted, it's gonna be many orbits. I wanna go just a little bit deeper, but not so insane. This mission is to change crew, right? And restock with fresh Kerbals, more or less. We just did a return and a launch and a return, and so just another one to go on up and bring us some Kerbals and take some garbage, burn it up in the atmosphere. Okay, go ahead and shut that down there. Let's get a few orbits. Ooh, okay. Yeah, keep it coming, that's alright. Okay. Alright. This one here we're gonna wanna slow it down. Okay, and then down, I don't know where we're gonna catch up at the thing. I expect we'll catch up at the, oh yeah, that was a good guess. Ah, grabbed the wrong crap. There we go. All right, so there's our home and transfer burn, and we're on the first node. Go ahead and burn that. Yeah, pretty much restocking, resupply mission. I think we're going to have to come up with a decision pretty soon what we're going to do with all of this splashdown stuff. If we're going to put a mission together to actually recover that stuff legit, then we better do that. A boat with a crane. One that could move at a decent speed, that it wouldn't be so like hindering on the gameplay. Alright, home and transfer, hit it. Okay, so 18 minutes till closest approach, and we're going pretty fast. I was going to say, we burnt a lot radial there. This is quite of an intense radial burn. Probably could have gotten away with not doing that burn and catching up with it in a different way. But the deed is done, and it'll get us to where we need to go, so... It's going to be going quite a bit faster than we had otherwise would have been. 17 minutes till closest approach. Minutes, 9 minutes. Okay, switched over to target mode. Target's in sight. Okay, and there's render distance. Let's go ahead and switch over to the station and make sure it's getting into its attitude control quickly. Wow, things sure feels as though it's got more control, like a lot more control since we put this this module on. Oh my god. And moved that. Actually, the moving of this off of Z1 is probably the biggest thing there. This thing can turn mighty fast now. It's got a long way to turn though. Yeah. Okay, but since we've switched to it, I'm pretty sure it should continue with it. At least to have the momentum of the initial. Well, we're creeping up on it now. We're 430 meters away. We're going almost 7 meters a second. Start thrusting to a trajectory that's kind of more nadar, because that's where we're going to be docking. We're going to be docking to the Piers docking port, so RCS off right here. Let's go ahead and we're going to need to be facing radial out, orbital. Alright, let's go ahead and start getting a little bit of an approach here. What? Okay. Our crosshairs went green. It's like, what? That should not even be happening yet. course, we're not selecting the proper port either, so... Let's go on over here to the space station, and where we're gonna be going is to this Piers docking port right there. Clampetron docking port, go ahead and set that as our target. And SAS, turn us negative. Parallel force to 0. We're actually already pretty much parallel with it, but the roll, holding the roll for us will be helpful. Okay, RCS on. We're almost past our docking port, so this time when the crosshairs go green, it will be true. And we are, that's 90 degrees, huh? That's no good. Let's go ahead and kill some of this velocity we got going on. All the different vectors. 0 there. Slow this guy up over here. And we need, SAS did not put us on the right. We're gonna want to be at least like at a 90 from where we're at here. And what is this? Maneuver planner. We don't need that anymore. Get rid of all the nodes and kill the maneuver planner. Alright. Okay, the world's starting to make sense now. For a minute there, it was like, what is going on here? Back up a little bit. Are the Werner thrusters on? No, they're not. Okay. We're getting a lot of sway. And it's just like, huh. I don't know where that's coming from. This is not targeted, is it? No, it's not. There we go. Okay, no wonder. Oh no. This is a disaster. Yep, no wonder we needed to roll to 90. Okay, let's get this corrected. That one crosshair is really reluctant to come down here. I mean, we're pretty darn close to the docking port, and it's still like way the hell up here. It's like, oh, you're way far away. Okay, so all systems are good now. Oh, Christ, I am an idiot. We just targeted, okay, well, now we're actually going to the PMA 2 and not the Piers airlock. Ah, right. Never mind, let's go over here. Okay, it's gonna roll again on us, I bet. Isn't it? Yeah, see, we're at 90 on this. Okay, okay. So if we go to the Piers airlock, we need to be at 90. Wrong port, man. That one's that one's for the shuttle when it's carrying a Leonardo module. Alright, and captured. Okay, 0 to control from Zvezda, and there we go. We are back on the proper orientation, or going back to the proper orientation. So, looks good. Go ahead and kill all the staging there. Kill that. RCS off, docking mode off. And now, first thing we want to do when we get back here is go into this and say rename vessel. This needs to be station. And it is the ISS. All right, cool. Our new Kerbals have arrived. They can climb up out of there. But not yet, evidently. It's gonna do that thing. Alright, so we need to switch over to Classic Rock real quick and come back. We're going to transfer our Kerbals. Let's go ahead and switch. Yeah, good stuff though. So now we've gotten 2 Soyuz launches and a Soyuz recovery. Alright, nice stuff. Now we just docked to the Piers airlock. So there's our guys down there. Let's transfer them. Come on, really? You're not gonna... Seriously? It's still locked? We still have that issue. Alright, well, it looks as though we're not going to be able to transfer these guys until we reload the game. Which I guess is, start to show debilitation. Not a good thing. Pretty sweet. Damn, this thing's a lot of work. Well, what do we want to do now? I guess we've got a little EVA that we can get into here. Yeah, we can go on EVA and collect some trash and move the trash. We can actually move a little bit of trash right now without an EVA. We go over here to our Soyuz. We want to move this water and beer or whatever it is. We'll stock it up into Zarya. I wish we had an automated way of drinking that stuff. We're starting to move into the area where we would really like to have TAC life support or something. Something that would automatically consume things for us so that we needed to bring stuff. Might look into that. All right. There's some trash. Oop. We can, you know what, yeah, let's get rid of these stupid ladders. Oh, crap. Can I get rid of some of them? Seriously? Wow, they're actually quite large. Okay. Yeah, it would be nice to get rid of those. Yeah, it's just one of those things, kind of like we originally stocked those ladders, and then not unlike the real space station, where they kind of did the same thing. They were like had ladder chutes and ladders kind of all over the place, right? And then they realized that it wasn't really the best way to go. Like just having slots, like a slot wall, and then feet restraints is far and away the best way, because you can just float around, you know, get handholds here and there to kind of walk yourself easily to your location, and then, you know, you need to work on something, you go ahead and fasten in your ankle restraints at that point. So we're kind of same sort of deal here, that we had expected to put a bunch of these ladders or whatever all over the place, and then turned out to not be the best option. Alright, so our Soyuz is full of trash now. We still need to move trash to the outside parts on both the Soyuz. So the thing is that we don't have any way, if we can't transfer a Kerbal to an airlock without restarting, then we're kind of screwed. Who do we have here? Frankfurter. Hold on. Frankenstein. Whatever. Okay, whatever. Transfer you. Can you get into this airlock over here? See, it goes blue as though it's like we found the right area to click on, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's shifted so far. It's no longer in the realm of being clickable. Yeah, we'll have to reload it because we had already switched. We had already moved from the station over to Classic Rock, and that trick didn't work, so. Anyway, we'll go ahead and get an F5 right here. And back to the Space Center we go. Hope everybody's having a good holiday season thus far. Just started snowing here, which is pretty cool. Getting ourselves a white Christmas. Hell yeah. Just getting the game reloaded here. We'll come back in, get this EVA. Get some EVA edge going down. But yeah, you can see out our window right now that it's snowing. Alrighty then. Should be able to transfer crew now. By God. Maybe more RAM would help. Yeah. Probably. I mean, it would help for a little while. But there's clearly a memory leak. So, like, eventually the game will eat its own head. But we would be able to survive for just a little bit longer, I would think, if we put more RAM in this thing. I might do that. I think that the RAM sticks that we have on our streaming computer are the same that we have in our gaming. So, and we've got another like 16 gigs. So we could go to 32 on the gaming computer and go down to 16 on the streaming computer. Alright. Now, I was going to send whatever to an airlock. Alright, works good now. And let's give her some tools to work with. Let's see, inventory. This is one thing that we are actually consuming here, that each time we do an engineer, or have, you know, we grab a tank, we grab a wrench, we grab a screwdriver, and they basically, they take those home with them, more or less, so we don't unequip them, or haven't unequipped them. So we're consuming there, but I would like to consume a whole lot more. So, drink. Oh, we can't drink that straight out of there. We have to actually have it in the inventory. How much can you put in your inventory? Drink that. Drink, drink, drink. Please drink responsibly. Okay, so she's ready to go on an EVA. Out you go. RCS on. Let's grab some trash. Shouldn't be hard to find trash over here on these external stowage platforms. They're like level full of it. Are you kidding me? That thing is actually empty? Tell me all these are empty. Dude, what the hell? That one has trash in it, but it's not full. What? No way! Okay, that one's got trash. Let's bring this... Let's bring this stuff back into Zvezda. Damn, dude. Yeah, and there, we can't fit that. I do totally want to get rid of those ladders, though. Damn. Holy shit. Okay, that container is empty. Now hold on, can we've got to be able to get at least one ladder into this container. Tell me we can at least do that much. Come on. Can't split if there's no room to split. There we go, this one's got some room. Damn it! We cannot. So the only way... Dude. How the hell are we gonna get rid of that trash? The only thing I can think of is if we mounted it to the outside, then we could, like, walk it along the... But, dude, seriously. Here's what we're gonna do. Since we can access all of this inventory from the inside of the craft, and it seems the only storage capacity or storage thing that we have that would have the capacity in order to move those would be the Leonardo module on the shuttle. So if we send a resupply mission up here, or say the next module has enough room in the payload bay for the Leonardo module, throw it down to the ground. I mean, we could do... we've got an option here that's a little bit whack. See, we've got this apparatus that we used over here in order to... Whoa. Look at it jostling. So that's actually not good.
Ignition sequence start.
Tyler Boy B, thank you for that follow. Switch us back to the station real quick. But yeah, this is what happens when you have a reaction wheel going on that shouldn't be going on. Toggle that torque. Okay, that'll stop all of that crap. But yeah, like I was saying, this apparatus here, we could send it to its demise. It really is a Kerbalized thing. It's not. There's no reason that this should be on our space station other than the job that we did it. We used it for. So we could float this thing. We could just detach this, float it on over, and then, like I said, just mount those onto this, and then deorbit it. Just use the RCS thrusters to deorbit that whole thing. That would work. It's probably the most the easiest way to get it done. The most immersive way, I would think, would be to use the shuttles. We're going to attempt to use the shuttles for that sort of thing. And if that fails, then we'll get rid of them in that manner. I can't believe we can't even put one of them in our portable container. I mean, come on, they're not that freaking big. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's just a ladder. Anyway, searching for some more trash back here. And for the most part, back here is clean. Yeah, it's the ESP1 and ESP2 that possibly the new external stowage platform number 3 might have is probably loaded down with a bunch of garbage too. We get a lot of use out of these external stowage platforms, man. A lot. They're fun, very immersive. And this thing's gonna be full of trash for sure. Yep. This whole platform's gonna be level full. Hook it up. Give me all that delicious trash. That immersive trash. Very nice. And while we're empty here, let's go up to the other Soyuz and clean it out of its cargo. Okay, go up here to this Soyuz and they really need like a shift click to move things quickly from one inventory to another. Entirely necessary in my opinion. Their inventory system works fine. The old click and drag method, I mean, this is 100 things of beer here. I mean, it would make sense that we would have to lift our arm and grab and pull it, you know, at least that much. I think it's worth it. I mean, we honestly don't even have to do any of this. This is solely for immersive benefit. Having things to do, so... solely for that purpose. Okay, we need more trash. We are on the top part of the truss. That's not a good place to be. We either want to be completely under the truss. It's actually better to be fully on top of the truss, but since I don't know, we've been working underneath, we're gonna continue down here. Yeah, so long as you're over top of the truss, there's not a single thing you need to worry about. You can completely flat up there. Ooh. Even got crap in that, huh? Okay, external stowage platform goodies. It's level full. Okay. Yeah, I think we're cleaned out down here, and we've got more room for some trash. So let's bring this on down to this the Soyuz down here. And then we want to bring the goodies back up to Zvezda. Keep stocking up Zvezda. Whoa, hello. That's not exactly what I was going for there. Oh, we are off. Okay, cool. Oh, no room left in that one. Actually, we can probably get to the other one. Okay, looks like it's full enough. Alright, we are done with the bottom Soyuz. Let's go to the Zenith side. Up. Boy, that's a lot of beer, man. It's really heavy. It's actually got a lot of mass to it. Oh, don't run into the thing. Can't seem to get our hands on the damn locker. There it is. Okay, we got a fair amount of room left in this thing. Okay, and now we need to go aft. Put away this Kerbal snacks and beer. Perfect. Nice. Whoa, almost run into that that antenna. Gotta be careful around these things. Yeah, still hunting for garbage. I don't think there's any garbage in Zarya. Clean this whole platform, right? It's all clean. I think we had like one stack of snacks or something in here. Beers. Okay. Other than that, ESP. Nope. There's a thing of garbage right there. Actually, we'll trade because well, chances are pretty good we can't actually put these in here with those bottles. It will be too much. Oh, I'll be damned. Okay, cool. Alright, now ESP1 is clean. Yes. ESP1 is finally officially clean. Alright, we want to bring this to the Zenith side. That side's full. I believe the top one was full, right? Yeah, we just filled that one. Okay, here we go. All right, now let's wander on over to... Oh, we are really low on EVA propellant. We better fuel up. Okay, let's head towards. Go ahead and have a beer. Let's head towards EVA or ESP2. It's on the starboard side here. Okay, some trash, some goodies. Yeah, take those goodies. Okay, it looks like ESP2 is clean. Let's wander a little bit more towards the starboard side and check out what's inside of ESP3. Oh yeah, there's garbage there. All right. And this ought to finish this mission up right here. So we won't have any more room for trash. And all of the cargo will have been moved, so... It's a good little EVA, though. 2 Soyuz and move some garbage, move some supplies around. Makes for a very interesting experience that the devs failed to put into the game. Oh wait, we want to be on the Zenith side. That's right, we've been done with the Nadar side one for quite a while now. We want to be up here. This one's the one we need to finish out. that hose wouldn't be able to fit. Okay, cool. So we still got a hose in this this container, but otherwise the Soyuz spacecraft are ready to go home. And this container belongs to the external storage platform 2. So let's go over here now. Put this away. Oh, snap. 110 biddies. Thanks, dude. Just dump it outside. Yeah. Just throw it out the window. Here we are. Grab this thing here, and it needs to go like that. Awesome. That was an awesome mission. Drink a few beers. And for the sake of consuming, of course, we'll refuel before we get in. Yeah, that'll bring that EVA to a close. Ooh, look at that. There's that moon over there. Looks like it was kind of like sitting right next to us. That was trippy. Okay, so the Soyuz that just showed up is the one underneath here, right? And the crew is still inside that, because they were more or less trapped. So yeah, let's go ahead and finally get them to climb up. Tell me, okay, cool. Get them to climb up out of that Soyuz so they can stretch their legs and become one with the space station. Out back there in Zvezda. Cool stuff, man. Okay, so here's an interesting little question. Hey Skeeter, how's it going, man? Question is, we've had this issue, like we had this issue with the last module, and indeed many of the modules as of late, that they get stuck in the payload bay because of some sort of auto strutting, and yet we were able to at one point dock and use the Canadarm to connect to the Leonardo module, and the Leonardo, that was all working. Wonder if that model specifically, that build of shuttle actually still works, or if using a Leonardo module is gonna result in the same sort of auto strutting issue. if it did, we could still transfer those ladders out of Zvezda and be able to actually take them away from the station. In the module itself, even if it got stuck in the payload bay, we could actually still transfer it. That shouldn't be a problem. But I am curious about that. How that module totally worked. I didn't have a single issue at all with, and we've flown at least 3 of those. Here's what we're gonna do, because I'm seeing here that STS, so we've got STS 122 delivers the next module, and that's the Columbus European Laboratory. But the mission that we just did with the shuttle was STS 120. So I suppose if we were to look up STS 121 and STS 121, we would probably find that it was like a resupply mission that carried a Leonardo module with it. So we could say the next mission, before we get another shuttle with a module in it, we'll do another shuttle mission, but it's not going to have a module. It will have a Leonardo module, which is not really a technical module because it goes up and it comes back down. So it doesn't actually get installed indefinitely. We just install it long enough to transfer the goods out of it, and then back in it goes to the payload and it comes back with us. With trash in it. So we will do that. We'll launch another shuttle. We'll launch a shuttle up here with just a Leonardo, and we'll do that. I like it. Let's take a look at where we stand on the Leonardo module. So let's go back to the Space Center. We're done with our EVA here. All those Soyuz are ready, packed up and ready to go home. Just launched them today, so I'm not quite ready to send them home, per se. I mean, I need to get one more thing in. I want to pick up the van. It's got Gunther in it. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? We would need Gunther for a launch if we were going to do a, well, any kind of launch. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll pick up Gunther's van just so that we can get one more launch, and then pick up the launch tower for the Soyuz. Okay, and let's take a look at the shuttle, the last known shuttle that had a working Leonardo module in it. That's crazy. That's crazy. How How could that possibly have worked? Let's see here. Shuttle, shuttle, shuttle. Now, here's the Destiny module. X4A, X5A, CAD-ARM2, empty, empty, ESP2, ESP3, harmony, 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 truss, X5B, heavy, and then the X6H. Our build does not designate that it has a Leonardo module in it. I think the empties were like the closest thing that we had to it. So we made like an X5B empty, I think, has a Leonardo module in it. And this thing was all set up that basically all we needed to do was just open this build and then slap our payload in it, and it was ready to rock and roll. However, the shuttle has gotten better. But I do want to see this because yeah, see, now, how the hell could this possibly work? Does it have something to do with this? Like, is this... See, the only difference between the Leonardo module and and every other module that's gotten stuck is this one's docking back here, as opposed to, you know, getting connected to the main docking port. That's the only difference that I can think of. Dude, this thing even has auto struts, and it was still able to pull it out? What the hell? How is that a thing? Okay, so here's what we'll do. Wait. This thing actually works, though. We're absolutely certain of that. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab this Leonardo module and we're going to bring it into a sub-assembly. Even though it's like really simple to build, but we're still gonna do this. Okay, so give me sub-assemblies. Okay. And we wanna take this Leo module and bring it in. Yeah, we'll just call it Leo mod 1A. Alright, so now we want to load up our latest greatest shuttle, which is shouldn't be X5B. Yeah, we're into X5C now. Harmony A1. This is the one we just launched and just recovered, so open that one. Now, rid of the module itself. Oh, look, the docking port's actually there waiting for us and everything. Okay, cool. Leonardo. I'll bet this thing was actually already in here. Oh, maybe not. No, I don't see a Leonardo mod. But there's our Leo mod. Flip it around, pop it in. Boom, like that. Now the thing should totally work, which is kind of insane. We may have stumbled across a workaround for this glitch that we've been hitting. If we take our modules and we dock them to the aft docking, or just, I'll bet even if we took like this docking thing out, well, I don't know if it's like connected to the root or something, or it's designated as the root, and therefore anything that connects to it is thus root for anything that's behind it. That's why we get that X auto strut. Yeah, here's X5C, and we'll call this X5C Leo 1A. Leonardo module in there. Is there anything else we'd want to take with us aside from this Leo module? It probably, since we took it into a sub-assembly, it's just... Actually, now that I think about it, we've left it empty. I was just going to say, I think that whatever beers or whatever we put in this thing would have gotten disappeared or deleted, but we didn't actually put any beers in it. We just left it empty because all we did was just connect it and then have like a cooldown timer and then remove it. And that's all the more we did with it. Which I'm still down with that. Because if we loaded this thing up and actually filled it with legit cargo, then we could fill up all of the space on the space station in like no time at all. And that we don't want to do. We want to like slowly kind of pick at it. Alright, so I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. Let's, yeah, go ahead. Screw it, man. Alright, there's our shuttles on the launch pad for STS-121. I'm actually going to look that up. Let's see here. STS-121. What was this mission? Space Shuttle Discovery. Main purposes were to test a new safety and repair techniques introduced following the Columbia disaster. Oh, really? Okay, European Space Agency, Thomas Ritter, Germany. So new safety equipment. Thermal protection system. STS-121's mission was originally to have sent Columbia to service the Hubble Space Telescope. However, that servicing mission was given another designation on the manifest before the disaster. Hubble Space Telescope. Oh, snap. We're going to have to build a Hubble Space Telescope here. Can't seem to find our good luck charm. There he is. And where's Eduardo? There you are. All right. There we go. There's our crew. Will be Macfred, Lurod, Bacon, and Dean. We got 2 scientists, an engineer, and a pilot. All right. Looks good. Let's go. All right, off we go for another shuttle flight. to see a shuttle on the pad here soon. There she sits. Whoa. Yeah, the heart triggered. That was funny. Everybody out. Get out of there. Boy, we're getting a lot of launches today, aren't we? Good stuff. You know what I want right here? I want a blue light, like a smaller blue light that can kind of be doing its thing while we're disembarking our Kerbals from the Astro van and getting them set up. That's what I want. I also want to know where our fourth Kerbal is at. What the? Who are you? Yeah, you're Gunter. Ackfried. Rod. Bacon. Where's our... Did he drive us? Did he drive himself? No, that's Eduardo. What the hell? We're missing a Kerbal. Oh, there he is. Huh. I swear he wasn't in there. All right. None of this LED rubbish. All right, there we go. There's the crew of the shuttle. Last launch was actually all women. This one happens to be all men. Whoa! Gunther's about to jump off of the tower. All right, for our Mission Commander's Walk of Fame. Badass. Super badass. Oh yeah. Badass. Coming through. Look out, badass. Coming through. Yeah. Badass. Going up the stairs. Yeah. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Badass. Coming through. Oh. Almost fell down. Alright. Oh, come on. We had it right there. There we go. Dude, it's being a bitch about it. There we go. Okay. And now Gunther can strap them all down. Actually forgot to grab our stuff. All right. A tank for you. And a beer. Tank for you, tank for you, tank for you. Dean. Okay. we strap you down, strap you down, strap you down, strap you down. Thumbs up. Gunther has given these guys the go-ahead. They are cleared for launch. Alright. Gunther's light has been activated. Everybody get the hell out of here. Alright, Eduardo is in the safe zone. Or safe-ish. All systems are go at this time. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sent computer and make sure that's all programmed properly. Shuttle. There we go. Throttle needs to be 58. Roll, that's wrong. That needs to be negative 180 to negative 180. Okay, auto stage is actually required on this. 0.7. Okay, this needs to be 2.1 to 116. And 50 degrees. Okay. 0.7, 2.1, 116, 60 kilometers standard and altitude. Uh-huh. Okay. Looks all correct. 2.1, 116, 50 degrees, 0 to flight path, 52 degrees, 58%, 180, negative 180, 980, 0.7. Yeah, everything looks correct. Staging is green. We are go at this time. So, now what we want to do is time accelerate a little bit till we get in the window, in the launch window. Okay, we're coming up on our launch window now. Just a little bit further. Right about there. We shouldn't be passing it now. Looks good. Alright. And now, staging is green. All systems are go. We are go for orbiter access arm retract. Whoa, it was kind of stuck. Yikes. You see our shuttle's actually kind of thrown off a bit. Yeah, we need to fix this tower. It's under a lot of stress right now. Things sure gone through a lot of launches. So robotic parts slowly drift away from their connection points the more you use it. Our tower is old. We need to revamp the tower. Definitely. I mean, we just need to do it all from scratch again, I suppose. You know, let's be honest. We need a new tower, not just like a revamped tower. We need to like redo the entire thing from scratch, a rebuild. If you target the station, you can use mech jets to launch the rendezvous. No, we don't need that, and we don't want that, because that's actually not how they do it. That's not how NASA does it. NASA actually launches everything into a parking orbit first, and then does a home and transfer. They don't rendezvous straight from launch. Nobody does. Even though it can be done, and it's mathematically more efficient to do it, they won't do that. They don't. For safety reasons. Yeah, and I wouldn't want. You can't rely. Also, our shuttle and the systems that we use, you can't rely on MechJeb to do everything for you. In fact, we shut down the computer and go into main computer. We go into flight computer override. After the first stage booster shut down and flame out and separation, so yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I would veto that. Anyway, staging is green, and the access arm is fully retracted. We are go for launch. So let's do it. Everything's nice and stable now. Let's hit it. Something does not look right. Hold on 1 second here. I want to go over this again. That's all correct. 152, 58, 2.2, 2.1, 116. Yeah, that's all correct. We're good to we're go for launch. Initiate launch poll.
All stations, gonna go for terminal count, beginning with mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
DC,
DC is go for terminal count.
GC,
GC is go.
SIS-1,
SIS-1 is go.
SIS-2,
SIS-2 is go.
CC,
CC go.
NAV,
Nav is go.
flight software,
Flight software go.
mission software,
Mission software is go.
IT,
IT is go.
recovery,
Recovery go.
RC,
RC go.
OSM,
OSM go.
ROC.
Rock is go.
LC is go. DC, you are go to enable the terminal count auto sequence.
All stations, terminal count auto sequence is enabled.
T-minus 20 seconds.
Guidance is internal. Ignition sequence start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Oh, we bumped the tower. Oh, snap. That's the first time we've had that happen. Oh, snap. Dude! Okay, we've got to make a big decision. Is this abort worthy? Or are we good? Mission control says keep going, keep going. Engage the roll. Oh boy. Throttle up. Oh boy. Woo! This is very, very dicey, guys. Oh my god. Okay, we're on the right angle now. Okay, let's familiarize ourselves really quick with the abort sequence. So, if this... Oh, this is not looking good. Abort, abort, abort. Oh no! Oh my god. We are really screwed. Okay, we should have... The abort sequence did not work. Oh my god. I don't believe it! Bail out! Bail out! Yes! Oh my god. Okay, so that abort sequence, what should have happened there is, we had to have waited for some, I don't know, this SRBs, you can't shut down an SRB, so, we've had an abort sequence that actually does work. Ooh, things are exploding. All four of them actually escaped though, and they've got canopies ready to deploy. Hopefully these canopies will deploy, and these astronauts will save them. Yeah, we needed to not panic. We panicked and we pulled the trigger on the Oh man. Yeah, we went into the abort sequence too soon. We needed somehow to wait for those SRBs to not be firing. They needed to be out of the equation. Oof. Nice, dude. Okay, this is very rare for us. This is actually, I believe, the only one of a handful of abort sequences we've actually triggered in live mode, so this is actually quite a lot of fun. Try and get these guys as close to the beach as we can. Because at full throttle, you have pushed back into the SRBs. You're absolutely wrong. Our shuttle is not like newbie land. Despite it going into this abort sequence and whatever, I would have to say we know quite a lot about our shuttle, and that is not the case. What happened there was our orbiter access arm. And every time that you time accelerate, there's a thing in the game called physics easing, and what happens is it tries to keep things from clipping into the ground, and so by doing what it does is it lifts them up into the air and then tries to drop them back down onto the ground with less gravity is basically kind of how it works. And what was going on there is when we were time accelerating to get into the launch window, our tower is getting basically lifted up and set down on the ground over and over and over, and the orbiter access arm is out there pivoting on its hinges, and the hinges were already weak, and so that's what got the vehicle to kind of shift off balance, and that's why we ran into the tower. But we throttle back to 58% before launch to keep it so that it goes straight until we have speed. So yeah, our shuttle is not newbie land. Alright, got a Kerple in the drink. Try and get them as close to each other as we can. I'm hearing people splashing down. Alright, they're all safely in the water to be eaten by sharks. There's Dean. Oh, is he hurt? Are you hurt, bro? You okay? Can you swim? He looks hurt. He's acting like he's hurt. He may be hurt. I don't know if there was actually like a technically you can achieve that state, but it would seem so. All right. Well, this guy can move. Where is everybody? Where is everybody? Is this them over there? Okay, that's them. 600 meters away. I'm saying on the abort sequence, if you had throttled right to 0, then initiated. Yeah, you know, I'll buy that actually. If we would have, that's right, because the shuttle, it's supposed to fall away, and that's exactly what the wings would have done, especially at the angle that we were at. If the vehicle was not pushing forward, yeah. Okay, I'll buy that. That's a valid criticism. Is Dean extra heavy from the inventory? He might be. Or not Dean, but Mac Freed, you mean the one that looks like he's can't move? Yeah, I doubt it, actually. All he's carrying would be the EVA tank and possibly a beer. Actually, you know what? I don't know that criticism is valid. Now that I think about it, because when we programmed the cowl for we programmed the abort sequence, in the abort sequence would be shut off main engines, so that they probably did shut off. We'll have to take a look at the abort sequence itself. It's been so long since we've done anything with that. Like, we basically programmed it and we fired it once, and it was successful when we did fire it. When we had to trip it once. Yeah, it's hard to say right up front there. There was so much going on in such a little span of time. But I'm pretty sure that the main engines, we would have put them in the abort sequence as shut down. I know the SRBs we put in as shut down, but they won't. There is a kind of a way to trick it out if you use cowls to, like, remove the throttle limit or throttle limit them. But that's kind of cheaty, because clearly if you light an SRB, it's going to keep firing until it's empty. That's all there is to it. You can't, at least these style SRB, you cannot throttle them. Once they're lit, they're gonna go. This is gonna be quite the swim, actually. We've only haven't gone that far. We're gonna go back to the Space Center. No revert. That ain't happening. Gotta go back to the Space Center, and we gotta get a rescue vehicle to fly out here and get these guys. Yeah, that was a near disaster. So long as we get our Kerbals back, then this will be, I will count this as a success. A successful failure. That was fun, though. We're gonna have to time accelerate till the day, because trying to find these little Kerbals out here at night is gonna be next to impossible. It's hard enough trying to find a pod, let alone a Kerbal. That was crazy. That was awesome, though. Good times. See, we're after the trusty old Sikorsky. It's 43. All right. Get ourselves a qualified pilot. Fantastic co-pilot and plane girl. Where's plane boy? Flyboy. Flyboy's gonna go on this mission. Okay, and we need some recovery dudes to help. Get you. Get you. 3 recovery dudes. Okay, let's go. Yeah, this is definitely going to be the main topic of the debriefing tomorrow. Kind of how we've been starting up the streams. We'll go into the last stream and kind of watch our VOD at 2 times speed and click through and remember good things that we done right, things we want to change, things we did wrong, could do better, all that kind of stuff. Okay, go ahead and put those on. We need to turn on some one. Okay, and we need to time accelerate to the daytime because it is going to be too dark to find these guys. All right. Zero? Okay, 0, not 1. 1 was actually, yeah, all right, the toggle of the engines themselves. Okay, and throttle. Let's go. Let's go save Kerbals. Oh wait, before we can fly, we have to have immersion. Prop plane 2, go. Okay. We are ready for takeoff. We'll go for the furthest one first. All right, here we are. All right, one to go. Hopefully his legs aren't broken. That's crazy. All right. He's over this way. Okay, he's okay now. He was just stunned. No, he's just resting. Alright, well, we saved our Kerbals. Oh, that is awesome. Alright, let's transfer this fuel backwards. Kill that in order to do it. Okay. Alright, we are ready for liftoff. Actually, you know what? I don't like us pointing directly at that. I don't want to point directly at the beach for this takeoff. I want to have a little bit more room. Alright, hit it. Alright, we are out. Transfer the weight forward. Alright, we're ready to go home. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was crazy. Let's fly over here real quick and take a look at what's left of the wreck. Can't even tell what that is. There's not much left at all. Yeah, not much survived. Let's set it down one more time. We're gonna actually get like a real close-up view of this. We might even be able to pick up this piece. So let's go ahead and do it. Take it back down. It's right there. It's sinking. It's sinking. Whatever it is, it's sinking to the bottom of the ocean. So yeah, there's now I'm seeing like yeah, there's some debris over there too. No wait, this is actually the debris. Yeah. All right, well. We're not going to be able to get out of the water. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, stop, stop. Okay. And transfer the weight backwards again. Okay, now we'll be able to get out of the water. Alright, let's go. Whoa. All right, let's take him home. We wrecked a shuttle. Wrecked a shuttle, but saved the crew. Desperately. Desperately saved the crew. Frame rate dropped like crazy because of all the launch equipment and stuff over here. Here we are. Damn, man. Yeah, see now, here we can take a quick look at what caused the problem. See how the shaking there? That was just due from us switching to it, and it still does what we call physics easing. And that's what rattled everything up in the first place. And two, this thing pushing against that when it pulled away, that's really what was the clincher as far as what caused it to wreck into the tower. We were lucky we didn't actually shave off a wing right there on the tower, or that Gunther didn't get killed. He was actually in the tower. Yeah, our tower is got to get revamped. At the very least, we need to revamp the tower. That's sweet, though. Very interesting, very unique gameplay for Kerbal Space Program. And there it is. There's our crew of what would have been kind of an improvised version of STS-121. Safely back in Gunther's hands. This is crazy. Oh my god. That was insane. Holy shit, we are hauling ass. Slow down. All right, well, our astronauts survived. They're back to the astronaut complex, and that abort sequence clearly needs to be taken a quick look at and find out what exactly went wrong there, aside from we weren't entirely... Why am I... Oh, we're... Hold on. Okay, yeah, that's no good. We actually had the throttle up on that. We're good now. But yeah, the just being not aware of all of the different things that are included in the abort sequence. I know we also had the abort cal, which empties our fuel down to a static weight so that we can actually fly with it or maintain some sort of lift with the wings and not just plummet. But it used to work. When we designed it, it worked, that we would call out abort, abort, abort. The abort sequence would happen, and then we would go ahead and we would click abort, and then the vehicle would drop away from the engines and the external tank. And then at that point, that's when we would engage the abort cal, which would dump our engine and dump our fuel, and then we would have to quickly right-click on our engines to uncork them if we needed any kind of thrust, and then we would also need to turn on any sort of fuel, any of the reserve tanks, in order to get RCS thrust if we needed RCS thrust, or ohms thrust, liquid fuel oxidizer combo thrust, in order to make a safe landing at that point. Like I said, we've only ever gone into the abort sequence on the shuttle once, and it worked. And it wasn't just a test; it was an actual, like, in live mode abort sequence. Something went wrong, and we aborted, and we were able to actually save the shuttle. But yeah, we're gonna have to take another look at that. That was crazy cool, though. Nevertheless, it was pretty awesome. There was an abort. There was. We aborted. We lost a shuttle. We saved the crew. They're right here, safely in the hands of Gunter. And his men are looking them over right now to make sure that they're all cool. Another successful recovery from our beloved Sikorsky S-43. I love this plane. This thing is so much fun to fly. It's so easy to fly, and it's just absolutely fantastic for rescue missions. I really, really love it. I guess the next best thing that we would come across, or probably going to build it pretty soon, I would expect, is a plane or a chopper that can actually land in the water. That's really the big problem that we have. Like, hovering overhead and dropping a bucket down to pick people up is super cool, but it's also really tough to do. Like, it takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of mental focus in order to pull it off. Yeah, that was insane. That was crazy. Crazy cool. Crazy cool that we didn't lose anybody. Could have been a shite side worse. For sure, for sure. Indeed. So I see that being the first thing on the agenda for the mission debriefing when we get into that tomorrow. Before we get into the stream, we'll go into our previous stream and, like I said before, take a look at what we've done right, wrong, and all of that, and it really helps our thinking process a whole hell of a lot. So that will be very interesting to slow down and get the instant replay, so to speak, of all the crap that happened there, so we can analyze it thoroughly. Damn. Crazy, crazy. You know, another thing that's coming to mind right up front about that whole situation with the physics sleazing and the parts, the robotic parts not being really all that strong and drifting away and all of that, that kind of debilitating value of your craft, basically. If we hadn't launched a Soyuz and then docking and all of that, and then, you know, come back and then done another launch, that may have actually added to it and ultimately what really caused it to collapse in on itself. But we'll just have to see that when we get into the mission briefing tomorrow. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and call it right here for this evening. And of course, like I said, we will be back. I'm quite interested to see what happened, so we can pick it apart and find out how to make it better. And yeah, so I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out today. Had a pretty good run of missions, and then we had a good run of a bad mission, and it was a whole hell of a lot of fun. I hope to catch up with you guys for more Kerbal Space Program next time. So yeah, I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, and hope to catch up with you guys tomorrow. So until then, you guys have a Merry Christmas, and yeah, don't forget to follow and follow the social medias. The links are down below, and we will catch up with you dudes tomorrow. So have a good night, guys. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
Well, so good that they need that. Oh yeah, there is a cell I'm a person that can see right through it.